Coffee stains and in my chains. I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Leetcode, beast mode, 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 Leetcode, beast mode. This is not a main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains and in my chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Leetcode, beast mode, 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 Leetcode, beast mode.
We live, we live. What's up? What's up? Who's in the chat? Let's get straight into this. Man, we only have 9 questions to go. It shouldn't take more than a couple hours. Piyush, what's up, man? How'd the contest go for you? Quickly fix up. How's the audio? Let's make sure the audio is good. I'm good. Piyush, what's up, man? Damn, this weekend was tough, huh? I gotta check out the questions. I heard Pudish got AK on the bi-weekly, so I gotta try that out. Uh, Hold up, just making sure I got. Let the Discord know. Duran movie in the cinema today. All right, let's grind. See, what's the movie called? Duran. Yo, Paul, what's up, man? Paul in the building. Let's grind out some questions. What's the most Leetcode questions I solved in a day? Probably like when I was studying for interviews, probably like 20, 15 to 20. Man, Piyush, that's copyright. Yeah, just do it. I would just do a few, honestly. And I would just try to do hard questions if I was you. Questions that are above your current level. But when I was studying for interviews, I was just bored, so I would just do like a bunch. Okay, who did the last contest? Should we do a virtual? Should we do a virtual? Yeah, F it. Who's getting deep fried? Paul, you worried? You getting worried? It's back. What do you mean he's losing his ish? Yo, Piyush, appreciate you. What do you mean they're tweaking? Like that he's like, yo, it's crazy right now. Da da da. Start working harder. Or spazzing out. I don't even know. I logged into blind. Oh my god. Who in the chat actually uses blind? I don't know if I've ever touched that. Only to look for interview questions I've ever touched blind. You want to do zero track today? Down. I'm worried I'm gonna get flattened. Man, if I'm worried about my job as like a M1 and I've already worked 10 years or so, then I knew I wasn't saving my money correctly. The amount of money you make, even you could even work 1 to 2 years, save your money properly, you should not be worried about your job. I don't know why these guys are tweaking like that. Yeah, yeah, it's true. Okay, where else was he working before that? No, it makes sense. I mean, I'm just trolling. Obviously, nobody wants to lose their job, but like, do senior engineers at Fang would still be asked lead code problems? What about principal? Is there a point they stop asking you? Okay, I had a manager interview at Fang companies when I was working at Rippling. He was moving over, and he said that he got asked leak code even though he was a manager. So they'll even ask managers leak code. So you can't get away with leak code, man. So my manager, he was literally grinding leak code. So he was doing his manager job and at night grinding leak code like the rest of us. So you can't get away with it. And that was less than a year ago. He told me that. And he's like an M2 manager, manager of managers. Huge, sounds good, man. I don't know. I don't know, Paul. Maybe. That's not what I seen. Oh, I don't know, but I don't know, man. Everyone's gonna get interviewed at some for to some extent. It might be less steps, but you're gonna get interviewed. Is Are we gonna get replaced with AI this year? Nobody's gonna get replaced with AI anytime soon, man. Do you write code yourself at your job or use AI? I let the AI write the code for me these days. I haven't tried Claude Mythos, but yeah, I don't know. I know people I can't. I don't see many people actually just writing every line of code these days. If you don't if you can't get the code if you can't get the AI to write the code for you, you're not prompting it right in 2026. Straight up. Should you be writing code with AI? I don't know if I'm a fresher, if I'm new, I don't know if I'd be spamming the AI. You need to understand and learn how to do the job yourself manually and then start automating yourself out completely. I think that's the approach that I like. And yeah, use the AI to learn, but definitely try as much as you can to use your brain to write the code for at least some portion of the day. Try to understand the code. Try to use your brain as much as possible. Try to get as deep as understanding as possible when you're writing code. Don't be lazy and just letting it spit out code and you just merge it in. You got to put effort into it. It's all about effort. Piyush, we don't even use GitHub, so I don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, I would use AI to learn. I use AI to learn leak code right now. I know AI could solve any leak code question I do, but I just try it out. But yeah, I just use the AI instead to solve the problem. I pass it in my solutions and try to help me iterate to a spot where it's solvable. When you say the AI writes the code, does that mean you do no editing? Okay, this is my workflow. This is kind of my workflow. I'll put the Claude code into planning mode, and then in planning mode, I'll plan out the feature at a high level. Say I want to build this endpoint. There needs to be a front end that does this. It needs to hit this endpoint. And then essentially I go in planning mode. Like it might need some new database models, etc. Then the planning mode spits out a full plan. And I'll show you. Should I make a video on how I actually code? I'll pump out a feature on my website and show you how I actually code these days as well. I think that'll make more sense for people once they see. Yeah, okay. I got you. I got you. Yeah, I'll make a video on that. Let me write that down. Yeah, I spend a lot of I make the AI write my code, and then while the AI is writing code, I use the AI to discover new parts of the code and learn more about the code base and learn parts that I don't know or reply to chats. But I don't just sit there wait around for it to code. I let it start cooking and then I start trying to learn more about the code base, look into different areas. Addy, what's up? Let's do a day in the life vid? Maybe, maybe, maybe. Let's see. Day in the life is a layoff magnet? Yeah, yeah. I, s- I think I need, I still need, I don't know if I would want to do a day in the life. That's not, I never tried to make this YouTube channel the same as those other YouTubers, tech YouTubers. I'm trying to actually grind on hard stuff and grind leak code and all that other stuff. Not like, not, not just enjoy the lifestyle. I mean, the lifestyle is good, but I want to make people grind. Yeah, enough AI dooming. I feel like AI dooming is slowly on the trend downwards though. There was a lot of AI dooming 6 months back, and I'm happy to say that I don't see as much AI dooming anymore. What should I do? It's hard to understand DP and tree, and I feel I can't solve leak code again. Start again from arrays. Um, yeah, honestly, AI's. I had to. I had to. I had to like iterate so much on the AI this week. The AI was failing me. Sometimes it does good, sometimes it does bad, but I mean, engineering skills is engineering skills. they're still gonna be relevant. I'm not even I'm not even worried, honestly. What should I do? It's hard to understand DP in trees. If you have trouble understanding DPs in trees, start off with backtracking, understand the recursion tree, the call stack. Pretty much, yeah, just focus on some simple backtracking and understand the call stack and the recursion tree and be able to visualize that. And then from there, work on DFS, BFS, and then move up into dynamic programming, top down. And then after some time, go to bottom up. That's kind of my approach there. All right, let's start grinding, man. I'm in Vancouver this week, so I'm not I don't have my soundboard, so I can't spam funny emotes. Let me grab something. Oh yeah, chat. Also, one thing I'm gonna be doing probably right after this stream is I'm gonna be building out a job board. So in my job board, there's gonna be some general jobs. There's like a back end, full stack, AI engineer, maybe a front end engineer. So it's gonna be four general roles that people could apply to, and they should apply with their anonymized resumes. And then on the back end, that's gonna allow me to review people's resumes properly. So if they applied for a back end role, I'll be able to see if their resume matches up with the back end position and then give them feedback if they're going to be able to land a back end position. Because people are kind of giving me general resumes. I don't really know what they're targeting, so it's hard to give proper advice. So we're going to be doing that. And one of my friends, or the recruiter from last week, he's actually doing some recruiting for some AI labs. So he knows what these labs are looking for when it comes to engineering talent. So we're gonna put like an AI engineer roll up, and then people will apply with their anonymized resumes, same thing as before, and then we're gonna review them on stream, and then we're gonna do that across like all the different roles, front end, back end, full stack, and AI engineering. Hold up. Yo, don't worry, don't worry. Yo, y'all know when I'm in Canada when you see the Tim Hortons. Who here has tried Tim Hortons coffee before? Really, Tim Hortons is only good for their coffee. If you try to get anything else, like a latte, all the other ones, it's trash. Okay, it's grind. You're given an integer timer representing the remaining time in seconds. You never had a coffee? All right, there's only three supplements that I encourage you to take. I encourage you to take creatine. It helps with your brain function, whey protein, and caffeine. Creatine is bad for mood. Why? I see. Yeah, people are saying this one's free. Okay, we're gonna do virtual. We're gonna do virtual contest, and let's see where we rank. Bi-weekly contest 180 virtual. Let's get it. You're given an integer timer representing the remaining time in seconds on a traffic signal. The signal follows these rules. If the timer equals 0, the signal is green. If the timer is equal to 30, the signal is orange. If the timer is less than 90 and is greater than 30 but less than 90 equal, it's red. Return the current state of the signal. If none of the above conditions are met, return invalid. Okay, these are just simple conditions. So usually we'll want to just like have a base case. If nothing hits, we're gonna return invalid. This is like a fizz buzz type question. Greater than or equal to 90. LF timer equal to 30. Chat, if you don't know how to solve this question, then you're actually cooked. Yo, thanks for the 10 gifted, you legend. You see Jiri get slept by a dude on one leg? No, I didn't see that, but I saw the thumbnail. I didn't click on it though. You don't like Jiri or Yiri? I don't know how to spell his name. Thanks for the 10 gifted, brother. If the timer equals 0, it's green. If the timer Oh, this is kind of tricky. If the timer equals 0, the signal is green. If the timer equals 30, it's orange. If the timer So if it's like 29, it's invalid. Interesting. What? No way. Okay, that's gonna kill me. What? Oh, sorry. There's less. I'm cooked. My bad, my bad. That would kill me on the competition. I'll be done. You you get a you get a penalty on the first question? That's actually cooked. You're given an integer array nums and an integer digit. Return the total number of times. You are given an integer array nums and an integer digit. Return the total number of times digit appears in the decimal representation of all elements in nums. Okay. Integer digit. In the decimal representation of all. Okay. The digit 2 appears once. Okay. So how is this a medium? So what we're gonna do is we'll do a basic case, just convert all of these into a string and then just count and then loop through each one, and every time you see a digit 2, you increase. For num in nums. For digit in string num. If digit equals, it's gonna be super slow. Result plus equals 1. The most annoying thing about these contests is just ensuring that you can't, or that you can code it up fast enough without flopping. Dude, this question is easy as hell. Wow, one of these prime questions? Sorry, I'm blocking. My bad, my bad. Usually 4 questions. You're given an integer array nums. An array is considered alternating prime if elements at even indices are prime numbers. Elements at odd indices are non-prime numbers. In one operation, you may increment. Okay. We want evens as prime, odds as composite. In one operation, we increment by 1. Return the minimum number of operations required to transform nums into an alternating prime array. A prime number is a natural number greater than 1. A prime number is a natural number greater than 1 with only 2 factors. Okay. Man, this is like a Sieves question. Any element. So I think for each even number, figure out closest prime. For this, we can pre-generate all primes. So we're going to pre-generate all the primes, figure out the closest prime for each odd. Find the closest composite. A prime number is a natural. Yeah, but we'll just limit the primes to 10 to the power 5. Yeah. Pre-generate all the primes less than 10 to the power 5 or 10 to the power 6 using sieves. Return the number of operations required to into a. Yeah, we can only implement or we can only increment. And then add up step 1 or step 1. Pre-generate all primes. Step 2 for each even number. For each odd. Step 3. Add all the distances up. Why would I pre-generate all the primes for 10 to the power 6 so I can figure out the closest prime for each? But it might not even be that we could also just check if it's a prime number. and then increment it. Maybe for each one, increment, and then check if it's prime. Increment, check if it's prime. We could do that as well. How would we check if something's a prime? This is one approach. Do I still have a job? Yeah. Approach two would be maybe check if prime, then how would I check if something's a prime? Yeah, I think this is the simplest. This is the simplest. Because we could all check if prime, then increment. How would we even check it? But there's gonna be a bunch of extra computations if we're gonna check if each one is prime. How do we even check if something's prime? Sorry to be off topic, but really wanted you thoughts on interview process going forward now that AI is getting better. Do we still need Leetcode? I still think you need Leetcode. Yeah, but I think you're gonna need Leetcode. You're gonna need to be a little bit better at system design. I think the process it's slowly changing, but it hasn't changed like crazy. You still have to learn Leetcode. You still need to learn. Basically, they're still gonna test your coding skills. They're gonna put up a question and you're gonna have to figure it out. Sometimes it's a take-home project. Sometimes it's more practical. But at the end of the day, they're gonna give you some question. You have to do live coding. So it's always gonna be a live coding round, and then there's always gonna be system design for now, and then behavioral. Those are the main three to get a software engineering job. For FANG companies, you're gonna have to learn Leetcode still. For smaller companies, they haven't been asking Leetcode for some time, so check all values less than square root. Hey, I have an interview with Blizzard next week. Super nervous. Yeah, 10, sir. Like, wouldn't I just use sieves to figure out all of the primes, and then I'll increment and check the prime and increment like keep checking the prime. That's what I'm saying. Pre-generate all primes or use sieves to figure out what's prime and what's not prime. Yeah, since they give a bound. So I think to figure out, yeah, yo, good luck on your Blizzard interview. Do you know what they ask? My main suggestion for you if you're doing a Blizzard interview is just go on Glassdoor, try to figure out what they're gonna ask you. Ask around, ask people, go on Google it, go on Reddit, go on Glassdoor, go on Blind, try to figure out what they ask and study for that. And then that should reduce your nerves. You should try to figure out exactly what they're gonna ask you, and then that's how you're gonna prepare. Or just ask them. Yeah, I'm gonna pre-compute the primes using sieves. I just need to recall how to do sieves. I think you start with an array and you start with everything. Everything is true. I just need to recall how to do C's. But it's like I'm pretty sure it's it's a square root algo. But you start at this is they said we're gonna be using natural numbers. So we're gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm pretty sure we start at 1, it's true, we're good. And then or we start at 2 and then we find true and then we find out all the ones that 2 divides. So it divides this, 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 this. So that's gonna be we would turn these into false. Or sorry. We turn this into false, 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 false. Then we go to 3. Now we just see all the multiples of 3. So 3, 6, 9, 12. And if we see it's a false, we just move over. If we see it's true, then we start computing from there. So this becomes red. True. So this is a prime. This is a prime. Okay. Yeah, we can do sieves like that. We just need to figure out an n. Or we'll just go like this. C's primes equals true times 10 to the power of, let's just say 10 to the power of 6 for I in range 2 to the length of square root math dot square root of length of primes if primes I is false. Continue. Else we need to just knock off every single multiple. So for I in range I plus I to length and we're gonna go up by I. So if it's 2, if we go primes J J plus equals, or sorry, equals false. Return primes. Print self dot sieves. +1. Something like that. How long that true? Does it do first 12? True. 4 is supposed to be false. 1. 4 is supposed to be false. Print. Man, this is not efficient. 2, 4. Two. Oh. We gotta 1 index this. Wait. Wait, no, this is okay. This is the 0th index. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. True. False. True. Let's verify this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is, yep. This is a prime. This is a prime. This is a prime. Not a prime. Prime. No prime. Prime. No prime. No prime. No prime. Prime. Okay. This is working. Should I email the manager? Yoshino, appreciate you, brother. I work on hack. Should I email the hiring manager for questions lineup? Yeah, email the manager. If they don't tell you, worst case they don't tell you, then who cares? But best case they tell you what's on it, and then you get a head start. So don't be shy. Ask for help. Ask them for advice. I'm sure they'll be nice. It's like a variant of PHP. Return result for num in nums. And then we'll do enumerate. We'll do index. If index is equal to 0, or if index mod 2 is equal to 0, this is even, we'll do one thing. Else is odd, we'll do another thing. If it's even, our prime numbers, okay. Will be like We'll check is prime. Self. We'll say x. Return primes. X minus 1. Because 0 indexed. We'll just store this. Or we'll do this. Equals dot sieves. So wow, true. Is it even? If it's even, we want it to be a prime. Salt plus equals 1. While we'll say while we'll say current. While self dot is prime of current is false. We'll increment the current. Ramen was good, man. How you doing? We're gonna message my. We should lock in another system design with my other friend. Be sick. No, I'm just gonna grind Leetcode today. Result plus equals 1. Yes, sir. How you know? Cause the Tim Hortons. Shit, this slow. Yeah, I'm in Vancouver. Man, this is slow. Wait, where's the output? While is prime. Um. So for 5, we want to get it to 6. No, it's already a prime number. Well, self prime. Let's see. Print x. Let's see what this is doing. Five is supposed to be a prime. So what did we start at? We started at 0. Oh, okay, wait, because this is... So we want to start at 2. This is 0, but this should count as... Oh no, we don't really need to actually... Okay, we don't need to index it. 0. Okay, we don't need to drop this x minus 1. Five true. Increment. How is 1 not a prime? Oh, my bad. Oh yeah, prime self dot primes at 1. Three, 1. Is this optimal, chat? TLE. I don't want to get hit with a TLE. God damn. Let's do this. 10 to 5. 10 to the 5 is way quicker. Damn, somebody in the chat was telling me to do this one. Let's see. No, we're good though. We just had to do +5 there. Damn, took an L on this one. Where am I at? Taking an L. Yeah, I just added like 10. Good. We're gonna get like a sad AK. Hopefully. Ramen, did you try this one out? Yeah, I wonder how this. I heard some people AK'd this, so 744. You're given two integer arrays, nums1 and num0, each of size n. Nums1 represents the number of ones in the ith segment. Number 0 represents the number of zeros in the ith segment. For each index I, construct a binary segment consisting of nums. Nums1 represents the number of ones in the ith segment. Num0 represents the number of O's in the ith segment. Of zeros. For each index I, construct a binary segment consisting of. You may rearrange the order of these segments anyway. After rearranging, concatenate all segments to form a single binary string. Return the maximum possible integer value of the concatenated binary string. Okay, I see. Number of ones in the ith segment. So we're going to be given a bunch of segments. Given I segments. Nums of I equal ones in ith segment. Nums1, num0. So occurrences of 1, number of I, occurrences of 1 followed by, okay. I mean, obviously you'll want the one with the most amount of ones to come first. So what kind of, so for example 1, we're going to want, so for example 1, we're going to have, for seg1, it's going to be 1, 0, like that. For seg2, we're going to get 1, 1. Alpha in the building. Yeah, so we're going to have, yeah, so like the key insight here, since it's a binary number, it's pretty much the higher the set bit is, the larger the number. We want to maximize the value. So the more ones we have to the left, we can fill into the left. It's kind of like we just want to pick the ones with the most ones here, and then that's going to put some segment, and the one with the next ones, and then the one with the, so if this is one segment, this is another segment, and if there's only there's one with only like one, we just put that here. But also, I mean, if there's only ones, we probably want all the ones with one to the front, actually. We want these to the front. If they're just ones, all the ones with just ones should go to the front. Go to the front. Then, so step all the ones with, pretty much just get as much ones as possible. Then sort by number of ones. So if I have, yeah, but then there's this other edge case where I would probably want to sort by number of ones and number of zeros. Ones and zeros. Number, we should, it should be, yeah, like number of ones here should be, so it should be maximize this, and then minimize the zeros. Yeah. So we could kind of, we could just like multiply, to maximize it, we could multiply. So if we have 5 with 2, and then 5 with 1, and then we have 4 with 1. Yeah, we're gonna probably, since we're trying to maximize this, we're gonna times this by -1. Times this by -1. So these come first, and then we just leave the sort order. Yeah. So we'll probably only want to sort these ones. But what about if it has like 5 and 0, 2 and 0? Wait, do 5. Wait. Is this the right math? Or is this the, suppose 1, 2, 3, 0. Who would I want next? I would probably want the one with the most ones. Wait, see. But what if there's a bunch of zeros? Would I want? Would I want? Wait, 5. Who would I want next after here? Would I want 1, 0, or I would want one with a bunch of ones, or one? Probably this guy. So yeah, you want to sort by number of ones, maximize that. But what if there's a bunch of zeros? Well, that doesn't matter because if we add ones here, they still won't add up to this guy. So you still want to do greedy. So you want to sort by number of ones, maximize that. Maximize ones, and the second sort is minimize zeros. So we can need zeros. Okay. How's that sound, chat? Anything wrong with my approach? And let's try it out. How many people AK'd this one? Okay, we'll see. Whatever. For zip ones, zeros in zip num1, num0. If zeros equal to 0, starting ones. Sort. So or segments. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do segments dot append ones times -1 zeros. Print. Segments dot sort. Result equals 4 equals 1 times starting ones. For segment in segments ones equals segment 0 times -1. Convert it back. Then what we do is we'll do for I in range ones, we result dot append 1. For I in range zeros, result dot append 0. This is a good interview question. Dot join result. Int. Is that how you convert to an int? mod 10 to the power 9 plus 7. Chat, we getting an AK? AK! 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 Wow, this is a freebie. AK! AK! AK in less than an hour. Let's go. That was a freebie though, I can't lie. Let's go. AK! AK in less than an hour. Man, I tanked a couple of the... I wonder what my result would have been if I didn't flop these... If I didn't have these incorrect attempts. But 2,000 out of 34, not terrible, but... I don't know how my ranking would have went, but... AK, let's go! Okay, what are we at now? Okay, let's do the next contest. Nothing to learn from that one. Alright, taking a quick break, and then we're going to grind the next contest. Yo, Sean, you want to do a mock today? Or soon? I forgot to follow up with you. It's been a while. We got to do a mock. Here, I'll send you... Email me. Email me. And then we could do an email. We could do a mock soon. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Saw Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Who here is a fan of Brooklyn Nine-Nine? I haven't really watched it, but obviously everyone keeps telling me about this show. All right, let's keep grinding. You're given a 2D integer you're given a 2D integer array matrix of size n by n, representing the adjacency matrix of an undirected graph with n vertices labeled from 0 to n minus 1. Okay. I and j, so you're given an adjacency matrix. The degree of a vertex is the number of edges connected to it. Return an array. Okay. I think this is pretty easy. So you just loop for result equals 0 times the length of matrix. So pretty much for I in range. So we're going to go for I in range length of the matrix. For j in range length of the matrix. We're gonna see if I has an edge to j, and just count those up. In we could literally just go like this. All those triangle problems. Let's see how we do. 4 more questions. Alpha, what should be my 750th question? You got any good ones? Man, all these triangle ones. I'm terrible at math. Alpha, I actually like this question for interviews. Subtract 2. You asked 10 people subtract 2 number ones? Is it toxic? Anybody able to actually solve it? When did you ask them? When did you do one with P codes? Oh, okay, I see. How'd he do it? Man, I had to. It takes a little bit to remember how to subtract. How many people actually just remembered off the top how to do the subtraction? How many people off the top can just? Okay, I see. Yo, probably depends on how long how. Yeah, I feel like you can think about it. Just take 2 numbers and just run through it on a whiteboard. Yeah, I feel like the longer you are out of the industry, the harder it'd be. Yeah, exactly. Because you're not gonna. When's the last time you had to just subtract 2 numbers on a whiteboard using elementary? A lot of times with those questions, it's if it's a new grad, the new grads and interns are able to solve it. Green sweet would be cooked. 3886. What's 3? The heck is this? When was this? Was this a contest? Did you give it the weekly? No, I didn't do the weekly. But I'm grinding through it right now. Is it easy? I did the bi-weekly. That was easy. So you're given a positive integer array sides of length 3. Determine if there exists a triangle with positive area whose 3 side lengths are given by the element's sides. With positive area. If such a triangle exists, return an array of 3 floating point numbers representing its internal angles. Bro, how do you even calculate the angle of a... So we're given 3 sides. So what if it's like this? 5, 5. A squared plus b squared. But C is way harder. Let's just say it's like we can give 2 right here. How do you even calculate the angle? So you have to calculate these angle? Bro, how am I gonna remember that? If such a triangle exists, return an array of 3 floating point numbers. Yeah, figure out if it's a valid... Figure out it's a valid triangle first. So it can't be... It's something... What was like the triangle? It's like... This can be 2, 1. And this can't be 3 or something like that. Yeah. This has to be larger. And then you know it's good. Yeah. Or no, so this can be 4, but this can be 3. So you just find it's valid, then plug it in? Yeah. So this can't be like 3.1. This stupid question. Everyone cheated on this question. What is this? Yeah, it's useless to know. So you're given a binary string S consisting of only characters 0 and 1. A string is balanced if it contains an equal number of zeros and ones. You can perform at most one swap between any two characters in S. Then you select a balanced substring from S. Return an integer representing the maximum length of the balanced substring you can select. Then you select a balanced substring from S. I see. I see. So as you're given a binary string S consisting only of characters 0 and 1. Okay, we just need to find, or we have one swap. We have one swap. Find the maximum substring. At most, we have at most one swap. Find the maximum substring that's balanced. After doing most one swap. Balance is equal zeros and ones. Okay. Let's think about this. So we're given 1, 0, 0, 1. What's the longest balanced? So the longest balance is 2 at first with 0 swaps. How would we find that? And then all of a sudden, if we swap this, we get 1, 0, 1, 0. It becomes this. It becomes 4 with one swap. I mean, like a O of n squared algorithm would just be O of n squared would be perform the one swap. O of n squared approach would be O of n to the power of 2 would be swap and check largest. How do we even check largest? So we know this in this substring is 0. To check the largest, we go 1, 0, and we just need to make sure we could just count ones. So 1, 0, -1, -2, -3, -3, and then this becomes -2. Like every time it goes to 0. So how would we know this goes back to 0? Okay, this is like we can use a hash map. So if we know how many ones we have, we just need to subtract that many zeros from the end. Or like, so if we have 2 ones, or can we do a prefix sum here? Oh wait, let's see. I think what am I trying to figure out here? I wonder if we could just brute force it. Like do the swap and then calculate. But how would we calculate fast? What the longest would be? So if we have 1 here, what would be the longest? If I had 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, -1, -2. 1, 1. This would be -1. This would be 0. 2. So this is 0, and I know this was 0, but how do I find the length? So if I know here, how do I find the length? Would I just look for where the last 0 was, -1? It starts here. Or I'll look for the last time there's a 1. Or look for the last 0 is -1. I think that might work. Look for where the last 0 was and then -1. 1, 0, 0. 1, 2, 1, 0. 1, 0. So this goes up by 1. Let's go back to 0. One, 0. 0, 1. Man, it's been good. It's been good. Long time, man. Okay, this question has me thinking. This question actually has me thinking. So if we have 1, 0, 0. What if we have 1 and another 0? If this is 0, when's the last time? Well, I guess if I have 2 zeros. Okay, I can just count. If I'm at a 0, if I have 2 zeros, I need to subtract. For each one, I can count the number of zeros and number of ones. No, because I'm just trying to count. How did I get the intuition? I don't know. I was just trying to figure out when do you know that it's even number of zeros. So, but I think if we just count up, if we know how many ones we have, yes, sir, did my taxes. Did you? Perfect. I'm about to do my Canadian taxes probably today, later today. Okay, do I care about the number of ones? I don't really care about the number of ones because I just care about at this point, what's the longest. Okay, I think at this point, I don't care about the number of zeros. So I can subtract 0 here. The last time it broke. And what about here, 0? Subtract the last time it broke. But what if it doesn't? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I could just subtract out the last time it broke. Max length times the last time it broke. So from 0. The last time it was even. Oh no, this is good. Wait, wait, wait. What am I even thinking here? Let me take a step back. If I have 1. Yeah, it's just the length of it. If it equals to 0, that's just the length of it. What if there's like a 1 0 1 0 1 1? What's the longest? This would be here. So what we would get is 1 0 1 0 1. Wait. We increase, we decrease. We increase, we decrease. 1 2. Okay, we have 0, 1, 0, 1. But I want to be able to capture this odd, which is going to be 4. We have 0 here. Sorry. We have 0 here. Wait. How would I capture this? I feel like we just need to be able to capture the longest sequence of, and then we can O-van square it. Because the length is only 10 to the 5. Oh, really? Okay, we can just figure out. Okay, how do we even figure out the longest sequence of alternating? Well, I think if we know the number of ones, Shay was good. Damn. Okay, this one's kind of difficult. So how do we balance? I'm trying to see if this is useful to know, or it's useful. Can how to check largest if we do no swap? How do we check largest if we do no swap? Maybe it's a sliding window. Oh wait. So the largest is this. 1 0 1 0 0 1 0. So I feel like if it's unbalanced, what if it's unbalanced? We have a bunch of ones. Then we need to add a bunch of zeros. Once we add the final zero, I feel like we just need to maintain the length. Because will it ever be in here? No. One zero 1 0. This is good. But now we have an extra one. So let's just say this let's just say it goes 1 0 1 0 1 2. If we're here, we need two zeros to make it a 1. We need to add two zeros to make it equal from here. How do we know the length of this 0? Well, it's just 4. I think if we ever see it get to 0, we just take the length. But then I'm just trying to figure out the internal. If there's if there's any time that if it's inside, what if we have 1 0 1 0, and then on this side we have 1 1. So these two are like not balancing it. What if we say we have three ones, two zeros? Be like, when's the last time we had two ones? Okay, we could just subtract 1 1, and then we'll get that. What if we had like too many ones? We had 3 ones. So yeah, we just need to find out what's the closest. Okay, we need to figure out what's the closest. Do we remove how many twos do we need to remove? How many zeros? So we could remove. So if it's even, the one that's larger, we need to remove 1 1 to make it even. If the zeros is larger, we need to remove zeros. Ones, remove zeros. Then for that, we could just figure out when's the last time it was 1. You only had 1 1. And since it's monotonically increasing, we could just say, yeah, we had 1 1 at like certain index. There's only going to be one index where there was 1 1. Or where the difference was 1. Oh, okay. We just need to know where. Because if there's a difference of 1 extra 1 here, we can just remove that. Something like that. Difference was 1 extra. So we just need to calculate the differences. Okay, I see, I see, I see, I see. So if the difference was 1 extra 1, wait, how would that work? So suppose 1, 2, 3. So if we have 5 ones, 3 zeros, to make it even, we need to subtract 2 ones. Or subtract any sublength greater with 2 ones to get it even. What if it removes 2 ones and a 0? Then we end up with 3 and 2. So we need to kind of subtract two ones. So what if, okay, let's look at this case. What if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 0, 0. What if we have 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's the difference here? The difference here is 2. Yeah, we need to track the difference and subtract the we need to figure out the one that's larger and subtract the difference. So if there's, we need to subtract the last time. There's 2 extra ones. Damn, this question is cooked, man. Look at the solution. Chosen window. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to solve this. Spent too much time. Track prefix balance. Okay, what are these guys doing? Damn, I solved like the other version before. Way back. How did I do this? Damn, I don't even remember how to do this. If I have 2 extra ones and a 0. Alright, gotta take a quick break. This is a good one. Got folded. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, this one would have folded me. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna keep grinding. When's my next trip to Vegas? Maybe it has to be in 2026. How's the weather looking like right now? Man, I should have pulled up for EDC. Coca-Cola, diet. Tastes amazing. Yeah, there's some sort of prefix sum. Number of zeros minus number of ones. What's scene count? Oh, okay, this is what I was thinking earlier. I don't know. I don't want to do this question, not gonna lie. Let's go to the next one. Let's just go solve sum within my range. Wait, I'll put ChatGPT. Just put some randomize these questions and give me first 10. Who's watching Coachella? They're streaming that. Been pretty good. Yeah, it's some prefix someone. I couldn't figure it out, so I'm moving on to the next one. Yeah, I couldn't. The Q2 was just straight, like, remember some formula. That's kind of the dumbest question I've ever seen on a contest. So you're given an array nums consisting of positive integers where all integers have the same number of digits. The digit difference between two integers is the count of different digits that are in the same position. Yeah, facts. Okay. You are given an array nums consisting of positive integers where all integers have the same number of digits. The digit difference between two integers is the count of different digits that are in the same position. Okay. Return the sum of the digit differences between all pairs of integers. Okay. So oh, this is kind of easy. So for each one, we just need to count. For each digit, we just need to count the number of ones there. The difference between is a count of different digits that are in the same position. The digit difference between 1, 3, and 2, 3 is 1. The digit difference between 1, 3 and 1, 2 is 1. So I think we just need to know. So we have 1, 3, 2, 3, and 1, 2. So for the first one, what's the difference between this? What's the difference between this number for the first digit? Let's go look here. We're given these digits. Let's see if we could just calculate from the top down. We're given 1. How many difference is going to be different than one person? Than 1. For 3, how many is going to be different? It's going to be different than 1. Okay. Now we already compared 1 and 3 there though. 2. How many is it different than? 1. How many is it different? 1. So I think we could just do a hash map and then just start reducing it. So maybe the hash map for each digit is for the 0th index. We're going to do it per index. So for the 0th index, we can have like an array of how many for each. Or it could be like for 0th, we can say there's, for frequencies, there's 2 1s, and then for 2, there's 0. Or 2, there's 1. Okay, so if we know there if we know that there's like 5 1s, and then we minus, what do we have to minus? The number of ones that we had before. Yeah, I think because the only thing is when we're moving over, we don't want to compare here. So we need to like subtract. So I think we can just do something like we look at 1 and then we see the number of differences. So we look for all the numbers. How many digits is not equal to 1? we could just do that through a hash map for that same one. So that'd be 1, 3, and we compare it with these ones. But then now when we get to 2, 3, we just need to compare it to the other ones. So in order to compare from the other ones, we could just subtract this digit from the hash map. So it's not being double counted. And then we have to also take the length of, so one, and then we're gonna see that we're comparing it so we're comparing it with the length, which is the other ones, and then when we move here we have to subtract 1 from there. So in the first one we're comparing it with 2. So we're trying to, so if there's 2 ones, we just need to count how many other ones there is. So if there's one other one, and then the length is like 5, then we know that it conflicts with 4, and then we could just count it. And then we just reduce. Okay, something like that. So we gotta do like a hash map, and then we need to subtract when we dip. Alpha, what do you think about that? This is more in my level. Alpha, what do you think about that solution? So we're basically given an array of nums of positive integers where all integers have the same number of digits. We want to see the digit difference between two integers is a count of different digits that are in the same position. So if we have 5 numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for this digit, it's going to be different than 4 other digits. So that's going to be, and we need to do that for all pairs of integers. So I was thinking to calculate this fast, we just know we have 1, 1, and if we're comparing against 5 other digits, and if we're comparing against 4 other digits and we have 1, 1, then we know, sorry, if we have, yeah, if we're comparing against 4 other digits and we have 0 ones, then we automatically know that 1 differs with 4, so we add 4 to the result. Like we can just use hash map to count the frequencies. But there's a 1 here. Yeah, we can use a hash map to count the frequency. And then when you move on to the next iteration, you need to subtract from the hash maps so that it doesn't double count. Because now we need to see for 2, how many digits does it differ with the other ones? But you don't want to count this other 1 over here. So that's what I'm saying. Pretty much when you leave a number, you just have to subtract from the hash map. So it like kind of minuses it out. But I still don't know if we need to do that part. So whatever. Let's go. Frequencies. In nums. What we're gonna do is for elem in string, we want to convert nums into, let's just go like nums equals for num. We're just gonna want to convert it into a string. And then what we're gonna do is for number in numbers, what we're gonna do is for I in enumerate for index and digit. So for like 1, 3, what we're gonna say is frequencies. What we're gonna do frequencies equals at I equals but we're gonna want to initialize this with the different digits. So um so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna initialize this I in range. There's probably like a dictionary comprehension. I forgot it already, but we'll go frequencies at the index equals. I think it's something for I in range 0 to 9. What we're gonna do is like a I like that. So we're basically so we're given this is the number of elements. For each element, we're gonna say I is equal to yeah. So print frequencies. Okay, there's 3 digits and we're counting to 9. 0, 1. Perfect. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna want to convert that to a string. Now for nums and nums, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna count. For I and digit enumerate. Can you use a list to denote the frequencies? What do you mean by that? Can you give an example? Digit. So at index 0, there's 2 1s and 1 2. For index 1, okay, perfect. Doing some stupid questions, Paul. Yeah, it's a list of size. Yeah, we could do a list of size n. I just put an array. It's pretty much the same thing. Or I just used a map. It's pretty much the same thing though. What we're gonna do is for every zero. Okay, now we're gonna do this math that I was saying here is for num in nums. We'll do this again. We'll subtract from total frequencies. So the difference, we said the difference is equal to, yeah, ask this one. Let's see how they do. There's like a hash map one. Yeah, it's the one with the zero and ones with no changes. Seems reasonable. I did it way back. I don't know why I got folded this time. Difference. So difference or zeros equals or num. What's the difference? I calculated somewhere. Equals length. Frequency of. So I'm going to take for my index and my digit minus 1. So that's how many of the same the other ones I have the same. Compare equals length of num. So if we have 4 minus 1. So if I'm 1 and I'm comparing against 3, well I could just remove this right away. Compare minus. For I and digit in enumerate of num. I'll say for that index, I'm going to remove that digit. Print I. Wait. Print frequencies. So if I have, so for the 0th index, I have 2 1s and 1 2. Then I remove 1. So now if I'm comparing myself against 2, oh, okay, sorry. This is supposed to be length nums. My bad, my bad, my bad. Holy. Why would that just work in Python? Why can you just like come up with something out of thin air and it just still runs in Python? Like how would where was length num? That didn't even make sense. Holy. We grinding. 3 more questions. How long has this stream been? 2 hours and a half? Power grid maintenance. Let's go. Graph question. Perfect. Have I done this question? You've done this question, trader? Man, that last question was pretty decent. All right, let's check it out. Okay, now I can't do this one. Yeah, don't spoil, don't spoil, please. Trader, what's your rating on Leetcode? You are given an array of size n consisting of non-empty strings. Find a string array answer size n such that answer I is the shortest substring of. Okay, let's time this. You are given an array of size n consisting of non-empty strings. Find an array answer of size n such that. Nice. Array I is the shortest substring of array I and doesn't. How many questions have you solved? You're given an array of size n consisting of non-empty strings. Find a string array answer of size n. Answer I is the shortest substring of array I that does not occur as a substring in any other string in array. Damn, what the heck? Trying to make it out to Toronto? Where are you trying to go? I'm in Vancouver right now. Toronto's a good place. Why do you want to leave Toronto? Oh, this question is dumb. I don't know if I want to do this question. What the hell this problem means? Basically, just saying return the shortest substring of. So essentially, we're given like an array here. So find for each for. So essentially, for each I, find the shortest substring that doesn't occur in any other string in array. So we're given, so for example, AB, it doesn't occur anywhere else, but A does and B does, and C. So how do we check that? Could we use a try? Maybe we can use a try. Yo, Nardo was good. Maybe we can use a try. Or a tree. So we start with C A B. So for this one, then we have A D. Then we have B. Can we use a try? This stupid question. Yo, NYC is sick. I like NYC. I was just there. It's fun. Why do you want to go NYC over SF? Yeah, I'm using a green screen. It's a cheap one, Alex. Like, you can buy a green screen for like $50 and then get just good lighting on your face, and then it should easily do the background removal. Doesn't occur in any other string in array. Man, this question is dumb. It, how do we check if CA is a substring of any other? Like, can we use a hash? Array length is n. Oh, it's only 20. Okay, this is good. Each element is only 20. So try 1. Try 2. Try 4. up to 20. So for each element, start with the smallest, and then okay, just grab all the ones with one and then sort them and then try it. Then try all of the of size 2 and then try. Yeah, we could just brute force this. I think we just need to brute force this. Let's see what people are saying. Brute force. Yeah. Use a hash map to keep track of the substrings. It was kind of similar to the last one. Maybe we can pre-generate for each one, the ones, twos. Make a set of the substrings of ones, twos, and threes. Damn, this question is annoying. So I think what we're gonna do for approach, for each, yeah, we're just gonna for each calculate the substrings of one, two, three, etc. and store it in a hash map. So we'll get a hash map. So we'll get a hash map, something like C A B and then we'll say C1 1 sorry 1 1 1 and then we'll be like CAAB 1 1. Then when we go to AD1, and then this will increase to 2, and then we'll do D1. Okay, what would we do here if it was just this small example? So first we'll try C, or we'll try A. A shows up, so that's not good. We'll try B. Okay, B, that's the smallest substring that doesn't exist in any one. Okay, I think we just have to calculate this for each one, calculate the substrings, then add it to a hash map. And then we need to go through, we'll create a list, a 2D list where the index is like all substrings. O0 index sorted lex. Yeah, all subs of one index sorted lex. And then if the substring is equal to 1 in the hash map, yeah. So we'll just call this, we'll just do something called generate substrings. No, the hash map is just gonna straight up just have all of the different substrings. So whatever options for substrings, but yeah, like of maximum size 20. Self string or word or I in range length of word. So we're gonna try one. Um, substrings for I in range length of word. If I if j or if I plus or if j plus I is greater than the length of the word, break. So we're gonna try this. So this outer loop means num digits. So we're gonna try for 1, for 2, etc. For index. So we're gonna go index plus, if it's number of digits plus 1, break. Other words, we're gonna do substrings at the index, or substrings dot append word at index to index plus the number of digits. Print substrings. Do this. Print, or we'll do self dot generate substrings of C, A, B. So we should get C, A, and B, then C, A, and A, B. C, A, and B. C, A, A, B, C, A, B. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, I think it's constant memory because there's a limit here. I need to think about that. Let me solve first, but return substrings. frequency count. In any other string of A. So what if it appears twice in this one? We only want to count it once. If continue scene dot add x. We call this a substring. So if substring isn't seen, we continue. Otherwise, we add it into, and then we append. So we only have to add those substrings like twice or once in there, and we only increase this by 1. So we don't duplicate. Default dict. Dot sort. Then we're gonna create a new array, which is equal to, or for lm in array, what we're gonna do is generate the substrings of that element. Then we'll do result dot append. This one's a lot of coding. ABC. But it's not curves. Okay, it needs to be sorted by the length. And then lexicographically. Man, this question is a ton of coding. If frequency count. Nah, this is not a. This is a stupid question for an interview. I wouldn't ask this question, but for substring in lm if frequency count of substring is equal to 1, we're gonna break. And we say temp equals substring. Holy! What kind of question was that, man? How did they do it? I don't know. Nardo, how are you with Leetcode? Okay, 2 more questions left. Man, I'm gonna be on for I just have to solve 2 more questions and I'm gonna hop off, so hopefully soon. I have to go do some other stuff. Why, what's up? Man, that question was annoying as heck. Nardo, how good are you? Would you be able to solve that question I just did or not really? I bought a new one. I have a way better green screen in SF. This one's like wrinkly. I'll show you. This one sucks, but it works with the background remover. Oh damn. I'm gonna be in SF in 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm gonna be in SF in 2 weeks. So maybe I'll catch you. Have I got any quant reach outs? No, I haven't really got any quant reach outs. Sorted list and hash map. Why'd you have to use a sorted list? I'm watching Coachella on TV. It's pretty sick. Yeah, I've been watching it on TV. To maintain the smallest element, shortest substring. Why don't you just sort? Why don't you just sort? Okay, I gotta take a quick break and we're gonna finish off strong. We're at 748 questions solved. Look at this. Is your solution any faster or not really? I see. Okay, I gotta take a quick break, but we'll be back. We'll be back to finish off strong with the last two, and then maybe we'll do like ask me anything. I'll be right back. All right, let's finish off strong. Damn, 3 hours of grinding. No, I haven't really interviewed at any quant places, but I have friends who have. Like one of my friends is interviewing. He got flown up by Citadel on Thursday. So no, I haven't really been in the process for any, but maybe soon if I decide to start applying again. Why? That's what you're where you're trying to work. You're trying to get into quant. That's your big goal right now. Message me on LinkedIn, then I'll get you that guy. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Quant is sick. Are you focused on math stuff right now? Like, what's kind of your focus in school? Okay, if you want to do quant, you gotta grind code forces and like low level language C++ probably. You're given. Have I solved this? Nah. You're given two integers. Okay, that's good. You're in the right path. Do you go to a top school? Because sometimes they're kind of gatekeeping like that. You're given two integers, W and M. An integer array arrivals. You're given two integers, W and M. In an integer array arrivals, where arrivals I is a type of item arriving on day I. Items are managed according to the following rules. Each arrival may be kept or discarded. An item may only be discarded on its arrival date. Yeah, if you break into Fang, you probably get more reach outs after. So I never really tried ever since I broke into Fang, but maybe that I broke into Fang now, if I apply to those companies, they'll actually give me interview. Never, I don't know, so I never tried it, but yeah, my current job, they reached out to me, and now that I started working here, I'm getting way more reach outs from like pretty much everywhere. So I started getting a lot of reach outs when I started working at Rippling, which is a unicorn company. Before that, I was just getting reach out by other startups, and then after joining like a unicorn company, or a pretty well-known company, it just started getting way more reach outs, and now it's just even more reach outs than that. So prestige definitely helps with job hunting for sure. Each arrival may be kept or discarded. An item, I don't know, but I when it comes to interviewing and stuff, I came from the ground up, like non-target school, and been in situations where nobody would want to give me an interview, until now I'm able to get a lot more interviews. So you just got to keep building out your experience, honestly. And the longer you stay at it, the higher the chance you're going to be able to get it. For each day I consider the window days. It's good, but it's not like U of T, UBC, and yeah, there's a few people, but not as much. Oh, really? That's sick. Yeah, UFC, I think it's decent, but it's obviously not the top school in Canada. Like U of A, UBC, U of T, Waterloo, those ones is more, but definitely UFC is on the come up. From my year, there's not that much people when I graduated, but probably there's more and more over time. How hard is it for Canadians to get USA interviews? It really depends on your resume. I would say probably a little bit harder than if you're just from the US, but it's doable if you have a good resume, but you just got to build up that resume. The W most recent days up to day I. Yo, King, what's up, man? UBC? Do you think UBC has aura? Yeah, I don't know, man. U of T is well known. I've seen a lot of good candidates come out of U of T. King Hats, what's up though? I don't know. I would say for sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, UBC is a pretty sick school. Damn, I might have to. Should I go for my master's at UBC? You're given two integers W and M and an integer array arrivals, where array arrivals I is the type of item arriving on day I. For each day I, consider the window of days of 1 I minus W plus 1. The max of 1. Oh, okay. For any such window, each item type may appear at most M times among kept arrivals whose arrival days lie in the window. If keeping the arrival on day I would cause its type to appear more than M times in the window, that arrival must. It's like a sliding window. Return the minimum number of arrivals to be discarded so that every W day window contains at most M. So what's W? Equals at most M. On day 2, item 2 arrives. The window of days is 1 to 2, which is fine. Okay, so this is the window size. On day 2, item 2 arrives. The window of days is between 1 to 2, and we're good. On day 3, item 1 arrives. Okay. What's Zon? Yeah, it's like a sliding window. So we're good. Okay. So we need to discard that item. Yeah, it's like a sliding window. Sliding window and counter occurrences. Why is it so low? The success rate. I think, yeah, it's just a sliding window and remove occurrences. What happened? Chat, what do y'all think? Sliding window, count occurrences, or what? Do I want to implement that though? Yeah, whatever. Yo, Becca, what's up? Man, these are. I hate these. So we're gonna have window, and it's gonna be a queue. Yo, Alpha, how'd the person do? Damn, what'd you ask him? Would you ask him? Yeah, you gotta get it. You can't just assume that the libraries are there. Okay. How did he do with the count of digits one? Was he able to figure anything out, or he just couldn't come up with anything at all? That's an interesting one. Dang. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, it takes a bit, honestly. Alpha, what do you think about this one? Yeah, yeah. I mean, you need to do way more than 100. Yeah, you need like a few hundred just to actually solve a lot of these ones. What do you think? Do you think this one is a sliding window? You count occurrences? Oh, my neck is hurting. I'm just lazy to implement a sliding window. Whatever. DQ. Yeah, this one's annoying. Frequencies equals. Like a sliding window, and you gotta for elem in arrivals. So we're gonna move from left to right. If the length of the window is greater or is equal to W, what we're gonna do is last elem equals arrivals dot pop left. If last elem, then what we're gonna do is frequencies. So we're just gonna, if the window is of the max length, we need to reduce. Then what we're gonna do is remove. Yeah, I barely see anybody good without doing reps. I've never seen that. I barely see it. Remove the last element. Yeah, I agree with that 100% alpha. Yeah, if you flop with over 1K solved, It's not that your IQ is low, it's more that you're just not challenging yourself. Maybe you just do like 100, 1,000 easies. Or you just keep like doing problems that you think that you know how to solve right away. Just something's wrong with your approach. Remove the last element. Yeah, exactly. Then we have a window of size n. What we're gonna do is if if the lm is equal to m discarded and then window dot append none. Yeah. So we have a window of size n. If the frequency equals m, result plus equals 1, windows dot append n. Is it just as simple? Else. So we remove the last element. That's when we're reducing it. Holy, I'm burning out. I'm just getting slow. Sorry, window. Something like that. All right, holy. Okay, we gotta get my 750. $758. All right, give me a fun Leetcode question for my 750th solved. Trying to find a fun 750th question solved. These are way too man, I've done all these questions. Okay, let's just go. Let's just ask ChatGPT again for a bunch of. All right, so we have a bunch of questions ranked or rated between 1600 and 1750. we threw a bunch here. We're gonna ask, give me a random question from that list. So 750 question. All right. Hopefully I didn't solve this one or solve that. Another one. All right, cool. A medium, 750th. Visit array positions to maximize score. You're given a zero index integer array nums and a positive integer x. You are initially at position 0 in the array and you can visit other positions according to the following rules. If you're currently in position I, then you can move to any position j such that j is greater than I. For each position I that you visit, you get a score of nums I. If you move from a position I to j and the parities of nums I and j differ, then you lose the score. Interesting. Return the maximum total score you can get. Note that initially you have nums 0 points. What is x? Okay. Interesting. So you're given a zero index array of nums and a positive integer x. X is the score you lose if you jump to number of same parity. You're initially at position 0 in the array and you can visit other positions. Okay. Rules. You can only move forward in the array. Each that you visit gives you a score. I'm pretty sure parities, they just mean like it needs to be even, or odd. So you lose x if you visit an I that has the same parity as in. No, if it's different. So if you move from like a odd to even, you lose x. What's the constraints? 10 to the 5, 10 to the 6. So there's a penalty if you change parities. Add to j and the parities and nums differ, then you lose a score of x. Return the maximum total score you can get. This is kind of interesting. So we can visit the follow position in the array 0, 2, 3, 0, 2, 3, and 4. Man, is this like a DP question? Or greedy? Maybe we can work backwards. Maybe we can work backwards from the array. Because we know if we get to this position, what's the max? 2. What if we work from this position? 9. We can either collect 9 or take 9 minus x, or we can either what's the best we can get to 9? We can either, it could be 9 or max of 9 minus x, because the parities change, plus 2. So we can either just stay or we can do that. What if we're looking at 1? If we're looking at 1, we can pretty much make that same decision from here. We could jump to 9. We could jump to 2. And then we could just kind of keep making that same. It would be like an O of n squared. What if we're at 1? What's the maximum we can get? Max is we can jump to 9 or get the best result. Or we could jump to 2 and get the best result. We do I don't know if we could do a, what if we just need to keep track of like the last number, or we just need to know that if this is odd, I probably want to jump to the next odd. Okay, if it's odd, okay, what's the best result? What if I know the best result here, which is, wait, I can just, yeah, is this like some DP where you can just choose? Because it affects our decision if we decide to. Oh, okay, we have 3 decisions here. We can choose 9 and then that's it. Okay, let's think about this from scratch. So we can if we only have one element, we have one number. So the max is pretty much, the max you can get is 2. What if I have 9 and 2? Well, the max is either I take 9. And would I connect myself with other odds? I think it would make sense to connect myself with other odds. No, that would that Nardo, that solution you're saying would be exponential. So what we do is maybe I think it makes sense that take same. Could we reduce it to take same parity or take other? What if we take same parity? Maybe find the max times you can switch since you can only move forward. Well, we want to minimize the times we switch, right? Because every time we switch, it adds up. So, but if we're at odd, it doesn't make sense to not just take all the other odds at least. So if there was one, it just makes sense to just you can pretty much collect here for sure. What if we're at one and then there's like 100? Well, actually, there's only two modes. So there's two. Okay, if x equals to 5, right? So pretty much if we're changing parities, we can get -3 here, -2, 1, -4. Wait, let's see. So this is the original array. So we can get -3 here if we're transitioning. Here we can get -2. Here we can get 1. This one, it makes sense to kind of go here regardless. 1, -4. This one we get 4, -3. So if I'm at 2, maybe I calculate what's my maximum if I come here from an even. If I come here from an even, then I'll do -2. So this is if I come here from an even, maybe I'll come here from an odd. So what about if you're even odd, you add those up to total your current max and switch if it beats your current max starting from the end. I don't know exactly understand what you're saying. Wait, let me think about this for a bit. It might be DP. It might just be. Yeah, I do on calls. I've done a lot of on call. Yeah, I can't solve this question. So 2, the result is 2. What if it's 9? We could either take 9, 7 p.m. That's crazy. How long did it take to How long did it take to resolve it? Wait, 9. 9 plus, so we can either take 9. So we can either take this or don't. If we take this, damn, by 7 p.m. you sleep early, huh? So we can either take and don't take. Try decision tree. Yeah, either we take this, that'll be a 9, and then and then we stop, or we take 9 and then we do. Since this is different, it'll actually give us -3. So there's really no point in taking 9, because that's going to give us -3. I could see a O of n squared solution. What if we have 1? 1, we can take this. Once we take that, the max is 9. There's 1. Since the same parity, we're good. But what if it's a different parity? Do we just need to care about the next parity? So 9 and then 2. I think we just need to care about the next parity. So yeah, we just need to care about the next one, because if there was another 4, do we care about us jumping to that 4? Probably not, because if we jump to the 2, we would get to that 2 and the 4 without losing anything. So I think we just need to keep track. Last odd. Last even. And then our result is and we jump from the back is the current plus last odd current plus last even. And then like depending on if we're changing, maybe minus x. Okay, Chad, it's pretty much this. It's pretty much this. And then we just work from the back. Because we know we six. If we add it, if it's an even, it's an even. Then we pretty much just find the last even and whatever maximum that has, we're good. So we're gonna store some result array. It's gonna be like some DP array, and on this DP array, we're gonna have the max at each index is the maximum that we can get. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna do system design. I'll do I'll do machine learning. I'll vibe code in front of everyone. There's unlimited things to do, man. What do you mean? I'll do code forces. There's a lot. What's the max of two? For num. For I in range length of nums minus 2 minus 1 minus 1. Print. Man, this one took me way longer than I needed to. Print. Last odd equals if nums at -1 mod 2 equals 0. Then we'll do even. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we just need to compare it with the last even. if I can answer some questions after. Let me grind this out. Why do you want to break into DevOps specifically? Why not keep it more general, like software engineering? Equals current nums I. If it's even. So what? So we is even if easy. Okay. What we're gonna do is dp of I or stand even. Switching equals if it's even, extend, switch to odd, extend, odd, or switch to even. dp of I. So if we want to extend, if last even equals exists. I mean, I feel like DevOps is enough. I see. What I haven't really looked into DevOps roles. Like what do they usually do these days? Man, why is this question cooking me? I haven't looked into DevOps roles in a long time. I don't know even know what they're doing these days. I don't see that many DevOps engineers and DevOps engineering roles. In 2021 there used to be more, so I feel like that one is way less these days. Current Current plus. Yeah, because this is switch. Because we're trying to maximize. Switch to. List indices. Something like that. Print, no, print DP. So if it's even, we can, what's the max? We can either extend with another even. So we'll take the current number plus the last time it was even, or take the current number plus the last time it was odd minus x. If it's odd, we can take the last time it was even, or we can take the last time it was odd and just keep extending. So it's like, or if this is even case. So with the odd case, if it's the odd case, if we have an even, we have to take the penalty to switch to that one. Why would this not work? Holy chat, I think we figured it out with our last brain cell. Let's go. We figured it out with our last brain cell. You can see how slow my brain was moving. All right. That was 750 questions. Holy crap. Becca, you thought they got us, huh? Let's go. We'll never fold. Holy crap. Okay, how did people actually solve this? Okay, they kind of solved it the same way. I don't even know. They want to see me fold on my last brain cell. All right, thanks everyone for tuning in. 4 hours to grind 9 questions. That was crazy. Ishan did that in 1 hour. He did 9 questions. So I'll catch y'all in the next stream. Time for me to rest up. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Peace.
This is not my main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains and in my chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Leetcode, beast mode, 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 Leetcode, beast mode. This is not my main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains and in my chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. Leetcode, beast mode.